Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Listed. It's been a while? Has it been a while? I don't know. Did we work on Listed last week? What is time? Was I gone last week? I was gone last week. It's been a while. Been a while since we worked on Listed. This is a full stack app built with SvelteKit that allows users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. I now see myself in the monitor and I'm kind of shiny. I forgot to put on my anti-shine makeup for the lights in the camera, so I'll probably do that before we get started. But welcome in, everyone. Glad to see you all. Let me tell you about Listed, and then we'll start writing some code. So this is an app that we've been working on every Friday. For how long? We can go see which. I'm just glowing. So this is all the info about Listed. And if you check out the YouTube playlist, you can see all of the past live streams. It's months, but technically, this is day 20, I believe, or day 19, because we only work on it one day a week. So technically, there are 25 business days in a month. The work we've done so far could have been done within 2 sprints in the real world. Right? I mean, if you want to call our sprints one day, sure, but basically this is either the 19th or the 20th day. Oh, not 25. No, you're right. There's 20. So basically, this is the first month of development. There's 20 business days in a month, roughly. Regardless, this is Listed. We've been working on it on stream. It's fully open source. You can check it out on GitHub. But let me show you the app. So this is it. You can log in. We're using OAuth. You can choose your account, you get redirected, and it's kind of ugly right now, but it at least has features. There's a lot of, we don't have our priorities straight. There's a lot of things we're working on. We'll get there. But for example, you could create a list that has both of the Coding Garden channels on it. So I have 2 YouTube channels. I have my main channel, and then I have the archive, which has all of the live stream VODs. But I've created this list with both of those channels, and now I get one feed that has videos from both. So like these 2 videos are from the archive channel. This is from the main channel, archive, main channel. So you get a single feed with multiple channels. And I'll show you some more examples in a second. But this is basically what we've been working on. Yeah, and we went on a long walk yesterday. If you look at the VODs from this week, I walked like over 15 miles on stream yesterday. But for example, and Veeb, thank you for the sub. Also, there were a couple other supports. Yeah, Baleknoak, thank you for the 4 months, and Veeb, also thank you for the resub. But for example, I like to watch Safety Third. If you've heard of them on YouTube, they are a podcast that has William Osman, the Backyard Scientist, Niall Red, Alan Pan, and various guests. But I've created this playlist that I call the Safety Third Universe that has not only the Safety Third channel, but then also all of the channels of the people that are on it as well. So this is a single feed that has all of those YouTube channels on it. I guess I haven't shown, but like you can click on a video. We at least have the video embed. We're pulling in all the metadata, like likes, views, description, all of that good stuff. And what else? That's mainly it. You get to design your list. You choose the channels that go into the list, and then it pulls in all of those videos. One I like to show is also the Good Mythical Morning universe. So I like to watch Good Mythical Morning, but they have many different YouTube channels. So Good Mythical Morning is the main channel, but there's also Good Mythical More, and then their podcast, and then some of their side channels, and then also like their personal channel. And so this one feed has videos from all of those different ones. Yeah. So I mean, if you're interested in how all of it is connected and working, I would definitely say take a look at the devlogs. So those are shorter videos that kind of run down through our progress. We haven't created one in a few weeks. But if you look at the devlogs, I mean, some of them are long, some of them are short, but basically I did my best to summarize our work from a lot of the longer live streams in all of these videos. And so yeah, this last devlog talks about how we're using Redis to cache the data that we get from the YouTube API, which is why this is able to load so fast. So like if I go back to safety third, it loads instantly. And this is every single video of all of those channels ever posted. We can go all the way back in time to like 10 years ago. So all of that data is cached into a Redis database once every 24 hours. So why not lazy load them? Because we have other priorities. So like basically if you click on a list, there is so much we need to do on that specific list. Because right now, like basically we just got it working that we're loading the data from the YouTube API. We got it working that you could click on a video and watch it, but there's a lot more you would want from this. You want filtering, you want sorting of a specific type. Potentially you want to be able to say, okay, well, I'm on this list, but maybe don't show me videos from this channel. We want tabs that say, okay, only show me live streams, only show me shorts. And then when you start watching, you basically should have some kind of playlist associated with the videos that you're watching, because kind of like by default, the videos are just sorted by when they were posted. So yeah, there's a lot of things that can specifically just be added to this page, like the interacting with a given list. But we're working on other things right now. And mainly we've kind of taken a step back to make sure we have good integration tests across the whole code base. And what's up, just 7 stars? Thank you for that sub. So this is the app. This is what we'll be working on. And today, we are going to try to get as many integration tests as we can. So last stream, we actually spent the entire stream containerizing the test, because we want to be able to run our integration tests with one single command. It spins up Docker containers in the background because we have a Postgres database and a Redis database. It needs to spin those up. And those need to be unrelated to our dev containers. So like when we're working locally, we have containers running to talk to our database and our Redis cache. But when we run the tests, those need to be completely separate and are completely unrelated. So we got that working last time. And also we containerized the running of the tests itself. So if you're familiar with Docker, you know that it's possible to expose ports of your container. So it's possible that you can take your database and then expose the port that it's running on to the host so that other things can connect to it. But we don't want to do that when we're running our tests, because those exposed ports could conflict with our dev containers that are already running. So now, and what we got set up last time is all of our containers, our Postgres container, our Redis container, and then the container that runs the tests, they're all running in their own Docker network, and the ports don't need to be exposed, so they don't conflict with anything that's already running on the machine. So we got that working last time. However, there's one last thing that we need to fix before we continue on with our testing, which is that right now, if the dev containers are running, and so the fact that I'm able to visit the website in my web browser like this and kind of like click around, this is because the dev containers are running. And if I look at Docker dashboard, these two are the dev containers that I can develop against. And like there's a volume for both of these, so that way if the containers spin down and go back up, they're still ready to go. And have all of the data from before. But these test containers right now, you will see. So, okay, dev containers are running. If I try to run the end-to-end tests like this, I get a Docker error. Failed to remove network, because basically the way the integration tests are trying to run is they spin down the test containers if they were for whatever reason, running in the background. But in this case, they were on the same network as the dev containers. So one of our first fixes is going to make sure that our test containers are on a separate network. Yes, so if this is too advanced for you, you can probably watch from the beginning, because literally everything we've done so far, we've done live on stream. So we set up all of the containers, we walk through like what's happening with them and all of that good stuff. I will say this is definitely a lot to just be dropped into, but everything we've done has been done on stream. So if you're curious, you can go back and watch the older episodes where we set a lot of this up. And ideally, you don't have to know the context of everything. I do my best to kind of explain what exactly we're doing and the one little problem that we're trying to solve right then and there. So that's the plan. We're going to say hello to everybody. I'm going to go make myself less shiny, and then we're going to hop into getting the tests running in isolation. And then one of the first things we're going to do is seed the database with unique users so that each of our tests can use a unique user and not interfere with the other tests. So one of the aspects of testing is that your tests will often run in parallel. And it's possible to not have your tests run in parallel. Like basically one test could potentially be dependent on some previous test. But if you want an efficient test suite, you don't want that. Like you don't want your tests to be dependent on each other. Basically, each test needs to be able to run in isolation. And in order to do that for these integration tests, we basically need a separate seeded user account in our database for each one of those tests, right? So we have a user seeded right now, which is a brand new user to the system, which allows us to do an integration test for onboarding. But then we want another test for a user that has already been onboarded, and they need to be able to test creating of lists. And then we'll potentially have another user that already has list created, and we want to test viewing of the list. So essentially the way that we're handling this problem of dependent tests, and Pablo, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you for the tier 1. So the way that we're going to handle all of these tests running in parallel is we're going to have multiple seeded users in our database, which basically simulates what happens in the real world, right? So in the real world, when your app is running, you have lots of users, lots of requests coming in. And so that's basically how we're going to replicate that with our integration tests. Okay. It's a lot. And honestly, the thing is, because it is so much, every week less and less people watch just because we're so deep into it. I have a feeling when we get back to more interesting features, more people will start watching as well. But this is the dilemma of trying to do more complex things live on the internet. At a certain point, there's just too much complexity that no one can really follow it if you haven't been following it from the beginning, and then it's not interesting anymore. But I don't know. We're doing our best. We're live every Friday working on this. This is what we're doing. Yeah, and I think it varies. Like I do my best to give context for the thing that we're working on, but yeah. So it's better to do it in parallel, like because like technically you could have a single user. You could write integration tests that like signs a user up and then does the user onboarding and then creates lists. But each one of those tests is dependent on the previous because the user needs to be in that specific state. Okay, let's say hi to everyone. And then, well, actually, no, give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to go make myself less shiny. In the meantime, pick someone in chat, at their username, and give them a compliment. Or introduce yourself if you're new around here. But I'll be back in like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Be kind to people. Introduce yourself. I'll be right back. welcome back, everyone. Honestly, you might not even be able to tell the difference, but I can tell the difference. that's all that matters. Or is it? I guess that's not all that matters. But let's say hi to everybody, and then we'll get into it. You missed the to-do, RPATs. First thing we're gonna work on is seeding the database with unique users to be used for each type of the test. That's the first thing. Okay, I look more red. Well, okay, let me actually adjust that because I tried to adjust the what do you call it? White balance. The white balance. So let me fix that. That's better. Does that look more natural? How's that? Is it better? Perfect. Great. Thanks. Better. All right. All right. Let's say hi to everybody. Welcome in. If you're new here, if you just recently found me, maybe you heard of me because of I was at JS Nation. And hello, Elka. I don't know if I said hello. Nice to see you in the chat. But yeah, let me know in the chat if this is like your first time here, or if you discovered me because of JS Nation. I'd like to know. But yeah, if you want me to acknowledge you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, yes, up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-yo, vo-hi-yo, bogahay. Pick one of those things from this list, write a message which matches this regular expression, and I will acknowledge you. So we're going to go back in time 43 minutes ago. Mike was the first to say hello. What's up, Mike? And Acid Spark, welcome in. Hey, Pop Flip and Vittorio. What's up, Veeb and WBW and Dr. Phantom. Hello, Bogdanovich and Beleknoak and Amasil and Harasuna and Stadi and Mike Program for Food. What's up, Cute Pony and Harsh and Origin and Old School Rapper and America 2050. Hello, it's by Ethereal and Leet and Arcudent and Fob and Zelino and Just 7 Stars and Limotes and Arpats and Mark. What's up, Codex and Xeris and Jim McDonald and Alka and Andreas and Fat C. Welcome in, everyone. And Derp Sauce. And Dr. Phantom. Hola, CJ. ¿Cómo estás? Espero que bien. Empecé Svelte. Bajé listed y ya tengo una app funcional. I can't speak Spanish. But what's up, George? Welcome in, everyone. Okay, let's get into it. Like I said, the first thing, well, I did so good. The first thing after that is going to be seeding the database. But first of all, let's fix this error. I want to be able to run the tests with my dev containers running in the background. Okay, so my dev containers are running, which means I can access the app in my browser and test it in dev, right? But I want to be able to run the tests at the same time. I can't do that because it says it's trying to remove the network. But I think what I need to do is specifically in my test container file. So we have this docker compose.test. I need to tell this to use a different network. I need to give it like a different network name. So if you all know how to do that, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to search the web for it. But basically, I need it to have a unique network name that isn't the same as the dev container. Changed project with -p in the Docker Compose. Oh, so give it a separate project because right now it's running under the listed project. I see. Is it possible to give it a project name in the Docker Compose file so I don't have to do that? Set project name in Docker Compose file. You can use the top level name property in your Docker Compose YAML file. Name, listed, test. Will this do it? This did it. And if we look in here, yeah, now we have, that's it, easy peasy. So now it's spinning up those test containers under a different project. First try, yeah, we're running the test. It's building the app. And in a second, what will it do? I don't know, we'll see in the logs. So yeah, app was built. Now it's spinning up Playwright for test pass. The containers spin back down. They get removed. So they're not running anymore. Beautiful. We're cruising. We're cruising. Okay. All right. So now we can run the tests with containers completely separate of our dev containers, which means over here we can still like navigate our website. These are using the dev containers, and that's great. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Phantom, for that focus mode. Let's get into it. Easy. We have one little win for the day. Next up, we want to see the DB with unique users for each type of test. Now, we started working on this last time. So if you look at our seeds, and if you don't know what a seed is basically some initial data that you're putting into your database. So if we look at Prisma, seeds, and then test seed, this is where we were seeding all of that info. So right now, we're pulling in from a JSON file. We're seeding with the user settings, account, and session. But now we're going to have multiple users, multiple accounts, like multiple of each thing. And so we started setting that up here. Yeah, so we added this users array. So now basically we want to have multiple users instead of just one user. And that needs to all have like unique info as well. So let's look at what we've done here. We have a user with this ID. I think we just want to make sure that our second seed user has a unique ID. And technically, like the name and the email, all of that can be the same. No, the email needs to be unique according to our database constraints, but I just put the number 2 on there. It doesn't have to be an actual user on Gmail because we're not doing the full OAuth flow. And Hamster Boy, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Okay, we've got this FC ID, and we just need to make sure that user settings is here. Account user ID matches and session ID matches. But the session token needs to be unique compared to the other user that we're seeding. So this session has and it also needs a unique ID. Oof, I wonder if there's a better way to handle this. Okay, so user settings. We already gave that a unique ID. Account 5C225. Yeah, so we gave that a unique ID. Good. Session ID 9B, session token 23. Okay, so we've already handled all that where each of the other things that we're seeding has unique IDs. So that way, when we seed these two things, we're now actually going to have 2 users in our database. Quick stretch. And Stotty, what's up? I did not follow the project till now. Which test framework are you using? Right now, we're using Playwright for our integration tests. We have vtest set up because it comes with a SvelteKit app. But yeah, we're using Playwright. Wait, and was that was a support event? What just happened? Stotty, thank you for the resub. I don't know if I even said that. Okay, so these 2 users need to be seeded into our DB. The first user has onboarded set to false, and this user we're using to test the onboarding process. The second user should have onboarding set to true because we're going to use this user to test creation of a list. Beautiful. So now I am going to remove these top level properties here. And that's actually going to break a bunch of stuff because we went from an object with a bunch of properties to now an object with an array called users. And we need to fix everywhere else in our code that was using that. So like this test seed here, yeah, this should complain because there's no user property. Do we have a create? Yeah, we have a create mini. And so we could grab each of the users. So like user like that. Yeah. This is what we want. Basically for each one of these, we're going to do a create mini. We map over the users to grab the specific thing that we want. We want the settings in this case. user.account. This gets changed to create mini. This gets changed to create mini. And then we grab user.session as well. Okay. So now we're creating both of those users with all of their associated things in the database. Great. But our tests need to be updated because our tests were like emulating the session of that initial user, and that's going to be a little bit different. Why not data.users.forEach create? I'd have to do a map and then a promise all. Yeah, you could flip it the other way too. I don't think I want to. Basically, the reason I did it this way because I was just updating the existing code. But you're completely right. We could do something like data.users .map. This gives us each user, and then for each one of them, we could do the thing that we had before. Yeah, that's definitely another way to spin it. I did it this way because I was working on the existing code. Great. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it as is. But now, when we have our test that's emulating the first user, like the onboarding test, this will potentially break. Yeah, so this login test user function. Here, we need to pick like the first user to be that that like onboarded user. So we can say something like I mean, maybe login test user we pass the index. I don't like that. Are these our test utils? Yeah, these are our test utils. We could do something like well, export we have something like a user map. I guess we could create a like an enum user types, and then like we have initial is 0. How does an enum work? Commas. Okay. Initial onboarded, something like new is index 0 and onboarded is index 1, because then we can say pass in a user type, which is of type user types. And then we should be able to say data.users at user type, because that'll be a 0 or a 1. And so if it's at 0, then it's going to get that new user. If it's at 1, it's going to get that onboarded user. And then as we write more tests and seed with more data, we're going to have more users in that array. So I think this is fine. So now anywhere we call login test user, we need to specify which user we're trying to log in. And I guess right now we're only calling it in one spot, which is good, because here, this is confusing. Where's all this stuff coming from? Here in the onboarding tests, we want to log in the new user. So we'll say user types dot new. So for these two tests, in terms of onboarding, we log in the new user. And then do we have, we haven't started writing the test for like creating a list, creating a new list, and that's what we'll do next. But if I've done everything correctly, the test should still run, and these should still pass for the user that needs to be onboarded. Let me just run a full type check across the code base to make sure I didn't miss any references to anything. Okay, because that passed, I have a feeling that the tests are going to pass too. So let's try running the tests. Yeah, so last time we did a bunch of trying to figure things out of should we convert the entire code base to absolute paths. We figured out we didn't have to do that. So that's why we're not using that anymore. What happened? Unique constraint failed on provider account ID. It's possible our seeded data, we messed up. So account ID is 0C394, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, it's this one. I see. Provider account ID needs to be unique. So for the other user, we just need to change this number because it needs to be unique in the database. That should be fine. All right, again. Why am I doing the test now, although I haven't finished the app yet? Typically you want to test as you go. You don't want to just like write all the tests at the end. A lot of the first few streams where we were working on this was just involved a lot of setup, where we didn't necessarily have features yet, and so you typically test when you're testing specific features. And thanks, Jerry, appreciate you. So in the real world, you're testing as you go, and like there's different methodologies, there's different ways to go about it. You might have heard of TDD, which is test-driven development, and typically with TDD, you write your tests before actually implementing your features or writing your code. We're not going to be doing TDD here because we already have several features that we're trying to test now, but we want to get to a point where we have really good test coverage of our existing code base. So that way, when we go to add a new feature, it's very easy to tell if we broke something that was existing and already working. Okay, so the test pass, which means we've seeded the database with 2 different users. Now we should be able to try and test the flow of a user that has already been onboarded. So let's try writing a test that does the search for YouTube channels thing. So basically, if you're already a user, you're already onboarded, when you go to create a new list, there's this little box down here that lets you search YouTube for channels. So if I search for Coding Garden, this reaches out to the YouTube API, gives back the response, and those get displayed here. So I want to test this little piece of the app. Honestly, we need to test the full flow of this form. So we need to test: can you search for a channel? Can you then add a channel to the list? Can you give it a title and a description? And then when you click create, does that list actually get created? That's what this whole thing is what we're about to write a test for. Late Key says, I don't think I know anyone who does legit TDD. Yeah, I would say there are dev shops that do that. There are dev shops that everything is TDD, but it's an unnecessary test. If you press enter and it works, you don't need a test. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Does the search actually return the channel we wanted? That is something we're not going to test for, because at that point we would be testing like the YouTube API. We're not testing that. We're testing our own code to make sure that when we get a response, that stuff gets added here. And then we're going to be testing that when we click this button, it gets added over here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Saifash. I don't know exactly how to say your name. Saifashra? Saifash. But yeah, that's basic. That's a reason. One of the major reasons we write tests is to prevent regressions. And a regression is when you potentially are adding new features. Saif, I'll call you Saif or Saif. When you go to add new features or fix something existing, you want to make sure that you're not breaking your existing code base. And that's one of the major benefits of testing. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so we're working in Svelte. All right, does that sound good to everybody? That's what we're about to do, because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best to figure out how to write this test. But here we go. So we're going to create a new test file. We're going to call this create list.test.ts. And it'll be similar to onboarding. This is the way. I'm going to copy my test from onboarding, but then we're going to start to change things. So when we are running this specific test for creating a list, we don't want that new user anymore. This is where we want to use that onboarded user. So this is an existing onboarded user, and we're going to test, can they create a list? And really, we want to test that, like, when they're on the home page, they can click the link to get to the create page. So we'll say this. Onboarded user can click to create a list. And then they go to this page. We then click the button that says create. And then and I guess one of the other things is, and one thing before that is, an onboarded user does not get redirected. Honestly, let's write a test for that. So onboarded user does not get redirected. Meaning they go to the homepage, and then we're going to expect that the URL is still / because the flow that we have is, if you haven't onboarded before, when you go to the homepage, you get redirected to onboarding. But we want to make sure that as an onboarded user, you're not going to get redirected further. So that's that first test. Technically, you want a failing test first. So I want this to fail. So I'm just going to do something like this. Let's see what happens. I'm going to run these tests. Now, here's the part where every time we run the test, we basically have to wait like an entire minute for the containers to spin up and the database to be seeded and the app to be built. And like this is actually going to be a pretty cumbersome process to like run this after we write every single integration test. I don't want to work on more setup, but one thing we could do is we could potentially set this up so that the test container, we have like a debug mode where the test containers for testing spin up, and then we can actually just rerun the test without having to do the whole process again. But for now, that wasn't too bad, right? That was like maybe 30 seconds or so, but this is good. So we got a failed test. That's great, because now when we test that the URL is still / should be good. And so we're now testing that an onboarded user doesn't get redirected. They just are at the home page whenever they visit it. So again, and really this brings to mind the XKCD like code compiling comic. But these days it's like my integration tests are running, or whatever else. So the number one programmer excuse for legitimately slacking off: my code's compiling. Oh, did I not test contain? Okay, so the test passed, but yeah, I don't want it to say contain. I want it to be to end with, to be. The thing is, if I say to be, we have to have the full. You're right. We need to have the full path here. Because like if I say to be /, actually, can I do URL? Are there props at here? Page.path? Let's search the web. Let's see if Playwright has anything like this. Yeah, there's actually an XKCD about how there's an XKCD for everything now. Yeah, I mean, the thing that I would do is like create an instance of a URL like this, and then say I would expect URL.pathname to be that. Oh, there's a base URL? That probably is better. I like that. Let's see if this works. All right. Again, this is gonna get old. This is gonna get old quick. But I don't want to spend more time working on like a debug mode of tests. This will be on our. This is going to be on our to-do list of allow like debug mode for E2E tests. Quicker iteration without starting from scratch every time. Oh, well, that's exactly why we would use URL then. Okay, so yeah, base URL is the same thing as page.url. So I think this is probably what we want. We construct a URL object off of it, and then that's where we can immediately compare the path name, which should be slash, I think. I mean, we can test that really quick. So like if you have a URL, for instance, like this, URL.pathname is empty, apparently. Oh no, URL.pathname is slash. That's what we want. So this test should pass then. Did I save it? Yeah, I saved it. This test, fully passing test now. Well, we technically have a watch, but I think the issue is the way that we've written our tests. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to happen every time. Sweet. Test pass. Test pass. All right, step 1 done. An onboarded user doesn't get redirected. All right. Next up, an onboarded user can click to create. Can click to create a list. So go to the home page, and then we want to select the button on the page that is create. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. So our test code is going to look a little bit like this. And so one of the things we got working last time is we can click buttons based on their translated text. So we want to get the button on the home page. So on the root home page, there is not that. Maybe this is just going to be buttons. Yeah, buttons.create. So go to the home page, find the button whose text is create. And so this is coming from our translated tokens. And then I want to click on it. Yeah. So find it, click it, and then expect that we're at /create. A user shouldn't be able to leave. They should be like stuck forever in it. So at this point, we want a failing test. So I'm going to run it like this, but it should fail because the URL is now /create. And honestly, I kind of want to do a similar thing. And say the URL path name should be create. Great. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Phantom. I mean, and that's something I really wanted to get working because our initial tests had like hard-coded strings, but because we have been doing translation from the beginning, I'm glad we got it working so that we can just use the translation tokens, because now there's basically a single source of truth, right? This is another aspect of like a large code base is if you were testing and you were say getting a text, get a button with this specific text, the moment you change the text of that button, your test would fail. You'd have to update the text that you're selecting by. But now, because we have a single source of truth for all of the text tokens in our app, that's not going to be a reason that the test fails. It'll fail if like the functionality is broken, not the text of the button. What's happening? Okay, it failed. And why did it fail? Because it timed out. And I think that's because it's like waiting. It's waiting for this specific thing, and it's not the case because it's never going to be the case. So now, hopefully, this passes. So click the create button, then we should be on the create page. Yeah, this is gonna get old. This is gonna get. I've already said it, but this is gonna get old quick. It's. But I have to. I'm gonna keep reminding myself. It's fine for now. It's fine for now because otherwise we would spend an hour trying to get it so that we don't have to do this every time. And for now, it's fine. It's fine. You know what? I think I will try it with watch. Let's see. Let's see. And what's up, Zokun? Yeah, the Netherlands, or at least Amsterdam, was great. I didn't get to explore outside of Amsterdam, but I loved it. It's a really good time. All right, so one of our tests actually is timing out. I think the one that I just wrote. Yeah. All right, no worries, Saif. Have a good one. Um. Oh no, it couldn't find the button. That's why it's timing out. Is it cannot find the button? Okay. That's that's a problem. I think I'm potentially selecting the wrong button. So let's see. So we should have a route, which will just be the home page. And what button is there? It's not this. It's the page itself. I see. It's this. It's this. Well, no. This is the message, and then it's just buttons.create. And what am I testing against? Mm, buttons. I'm testing for the right thing, but it's not showing up. And Mr. Dev King, thank you for the resub. Yeah, we kind of need to do some logging here. I want to test it like here just in dev really quick. So if I log in, I think this user is still brand new. Yeah, so this is the onboarding. Eventually, there will be more settings that a user can set the first time they've logged in. But if you've onboarded, this is what right now, this is what that test is testing against. Like it should be trying to like click on this button. That says create. Oh, you're right. It's not a button, it's a link. You're totally right, Veeb. If you look at it, it's an anchor tag. It's an anchor tag. So our test actually says get. Can you get an anchor tag by role? What are our options for role? Welcome in, Kill by Fire. Glad to see you. Is it link? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Get the link. Okay. Good call. I don't know if I would have caught that. That should do it though. Yeah. It's link. It's link. So find the link on the page with the text create. And in a second, okay. Are you being funny, Fob? Because like, there's like 5 people like link. Just so you know, it's a link. Let's try this next run with -- watch. I don't know what it's going to do, but let's see. Ooh, it failed. Yeah, and so I think the other issue here is we need to wait for the URL. And Itaquito, thank you for the prime, much appreciated. Is it something like? Is there something in Playwright that says wait for a specific URL E2E. Page.wait for. Wait for URL. Or wait for path. This accepts a regular expression. So I can say this should end with /create. Maybe there's a next tick. Yeah, so Albert Lass, this is my first time working with Playwright. But next tick might be what we want, because basically we want to click that button and then wait for the page to load what happens. Oh, and thanks, Andreas. List of ARIA roles. Cool. I'll keep that as reference. We had an issue waiting for a URL. Oh, you're right. We did a I think it's the OAuth test. Yeah. We just passed it a regular expression. Cool. Yeah, and I think so. Like, what's interesting about this test is like if we wait for this URL, then we don't need to check to see that the URL should be that. But I guess it's fine. But all right. Now when I run the tests, I passed in -- watch. So maybe that's so you can see I did that here. So and this is basically what's happening when it spins up the container. It's running all the things beforehand, and then it runs the test. But because I pass in -- watch, maybe we can now iterate a little bit faster. Like the container won't exit, and we can work on these tests that aren't changing the code base. The issue is if you change the code base, then the build needs to rerun. So you wouldn't run the watch. Yeah, I think I like that, Veeb. So like wait for navigation or wait for the idle state, because then this expectation makes more sense. So oh, and then apparently wait for navigation is deprecated. Yeah, so wait for event, wait for load state. Network idle? DOM content loaded? Let's see if DOM content loaded gets it.
Cheer
On Garden.
500.
A lot of bits. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate you. Why not wait for the page loaded event? I don't know if there is one. So this wait for a load state. We only have 3 options: DOM content loaded, load, or network idle. Wait for event? Wait for timeout? Is there just a plain old wait for? Nice, Gabriel. Yeah, I like Svelte. It's good stuff. Veeb, can you link to the docs where you're finding that thing? Just so I can look at it. I guess I can also try to find it myself. Playwright. Wait for idle. Wait for URL. Or do I want the load of it? Honestly, we're just gonna wait for the URL. It does the same thing, so I think it should be fine. And so now we're also gonna see if the -- watch works. So ideally, it'll run the tests and then just stay waiting for changes to our tests. It didn't. Unknown option -- watch. Well, Playwright, test, watch. Watch mode for end-to-end tests? There's a separate package? Oh, you know what? I guess what Coding Confused is mentioning, put the await in front of the expect. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I've talked about this before, but you could use AI for certain things, but always verify the things that AI is telling you. I think that's the main thing, because if you just trust it blindly, you're going to run into issues. But if you take what it tells you, or like what you get back from ChatGPT or something like that, and then you make sure that you can find the same answer yourself, that's a good way to go about it. Don't just trust it blindly. So Playwright Watch is a separate package? Do I need a separate package just to keep it running? I made a library, Playwright Watch, to achieve this. You can also do it using NodeMon. Kind of like that better. It baffles me that this isn't built in. Am I looking at an old issue? If all we're doing is no. We're not working on that right now. We're working on being able to spin up these containers that are running the tests. It runs the test and then waits for changes to the test. That's what we're working on now. It's a separate issue. I mean, I'll install this, but is this still required? I mean, it was last updated in 2021. Playwright recently introduced a watch mode via a new --UI flag. Try setting environment variable pw test watch. Let's try this. So in our env.test, I'm gonna add this. And then I'll remove the ---- watch over here. Let's see if that does anything. Cool. Okay, so test pass. Now it's waiting. And then well, no. Okay. Because we don't have a volume that's mapping our code into the container, I don't think it's going to see the changes to our stuff. Because if I do like this, it didn't detect that. And I don't believe we can use Playwright UI mode because we're running the test inside of a container. But yeah, the thing, so I know for sure this isn't going to work because our whole setup here and the container for the test does not have access to the updated code. We don't have a volume mounted. It literally copies over all of the code and then runs it. If we want it to detect changes, then we need to we need a volume. Yeah. Honestly, it should be easy enough. The only thing is, I potentially want to I'm putting all of this in my test configuration right now. I potentially want a separate configuration called like test watch because I don't always want to run the watch. I shouldn't need to rebuild for just changes to the tests, but you're completely right. If I'm modifying the source code, like if I'm modifying things in the actual Svelte app, that would require a rebuild, and that's not what I'm trying to do, because we're at a point where we've already implemented the features and we're just trying to write tests against them. Yeah. So let's try. Let's add a volume that maps. Where did we put it in the container? So in the container, /app. So map the current directory to /app in the container. Maybe. There's a new alpha feature for Docker Compose. You can watch files or folders and remount it. Git ignore Docker Compose override and add a volume there. Well, I still want it to be in the code base because I want other people to be able to use it, but I want it to be separate than the test run. Because like the test run on continuous integration or like on GitHub Actions should not wait for changes, but locally it should wait for changes if I'm like iterating. What's happening? Oh, okay. Well, here's the issue. Now it's trying to use because I mapped this, it mapped the node modules, which we don't want. Is node modules in our Docker ignore? It is. How can I mount a volume but don't mount the node modules? I believe this is like a common issue, isn't it? Like you basically need to tell it that the node modules are potentially their own separate volume. Run the test containers separately and then run Playwright locally just for dev. But the issue is for our Playwright tests, we seed the database. That's why all of this is like dependent on these other containers. Yeah. Okay, so this is just it has its own little volume, so it won't map the node modules locally. Let's see. Hopefully, anyways. All right, we're seeding the database. We're building the app. We're running the tests. And it's waiting for changes. So now, moment of truth. If I change this and save it, it picks it up, and it test fails. Beautiful. Okay, so this is good. This is at least better than what we had. The test pass. Okay. But like I said, we've got some work to do. We can't just leave it the way it is. Um, to do, make a watch specific config. And like has already been mentioned multiple times, um, this only works if the things that are changing are the test files. If our code changes, like if we go in and like add new routes or new components to the page, that would require a rebuild of the container, um, or a rebuild of the app inside the container, which is a bigger problem. But for now, if we're only working on a for only test updates, for now this works. This works. Experiment. Sync files and automatically rebuild services with watch mode. I see. So this would be watch mode outside of Playwright. It would just be, it's just built into Docker. Try it out. All right, I'm not going to do this just yet. What I'm worried about is it's basically the same thing as rerunning our whole thing again. But yeah, we gotta use our time wisely here. Okay, so now let's keep writing some tests. This test is passing. We click create. Now we're on the create page, and then now that we're on the create page, we want to search for a channel and make sure that results show up in the list. So let's write a test that clicks into this box, types out something like coding garden, hits enter, and then waits for the response. So onboarded user can search for YouTube channels on the create page. So, now that I think about it, though, like, do you really just want to be testing a link that a link goes to a page? I guess what we're testing is that the homepage has a create button on it. But okay. So for this other test, we go immediately to the create page. Then we want to type into this input box. So now we need to start learning about Playwright and how do we type into boxes and stuff like that. Phil? Phil? Thanks, Fast Wings. Let's find it in the docs, though. Now we learn how to type. Copilot might be able to help, but how much does it know about Playwright? Okay, so probably like page, get by role, and then do we have like an input? Or like a text? Actually, I mean, this is probably a perfect use case for the I forget what it's called. There's a mode of Playwright where it launches a browser, and then you can actually like click around and do things, and then it shows you the test code that would correspond to that. However, yeah, Playwright Code Gen. However, it we have to have a logged in user, and that's not easy because then, oh boy, oh boy, because then we need like a session token. Let's see what happens. Yeah, the thing is, did this create an auth.json? No, I don't have an auth.json, so I'd have to do this manually. Yeah. Because I don't want to have to log into this browser, because if I click log into YouTube, I'm gonna literally have to log in, and I don't want to do that. Um, the way that I've gotten this working before is um, we put the session token in there, and so that way the user is just logged in. Hmm. Hmm. But the thing is, in order to get those elements, the user has to be logged in. Okay. Did I do a thing that actually like just set the uh, how, how do I open the dev tools in Chrome? I use Firefox now. I think the keyboard shortcuts are different. Inspect. I think I literally, if you give me a second, I think I literally wrote some code in the console that like set the correct cookie. Command Shift I. I thought I clicked that. No, I did L. Okay. Yeah, Command Shift I is what it is. Oh no, it's not. I think CodeGen, because it's recording, isn't letting me insert the keys. That was the issue. The thing I can do is I can manually set the cookie, and then I'll be authed as the current user. Um, and then I should be able to click around in all of the same ways. Let me figure that out really quick with my stuff hidden, because I don't want to leak anything. Um, nice, nice. Um, and actually, I'll show you exactly how I did this. I think it's a little bit it's a little bit manual right now, but it's totally fine because we're just using it for CodeGen. But look, now I'm logged in as that user inside of this little window here. But basically what I did is over here, which is the logged in user I want to replicate, I grabbed the session token, and then inside of this Chromium instance in the DevTools, I literally wrote the code to set that same cookie. So I just do this, it sets the cookie, refresh the page, now I'm logged in as that user. Okay, so now if we start recording, it's going to write out the code as I click around. So like click on create, you can see that it added the code there, and then get placeholder, click, type coding garden, hit enter, click add, enter a title, click add, click create. This is our code. um, we'll have to rework it a little bit, but this for the most part is what we want. Okay. And Jaguar Vision, thank you for that tier 1. Appreciate you. Test Ninja, okay. Uh, we'll have to rework it, like I said, but so go to the create page. We want to click the placeholder search for channel, but search for channel is a translated token. So if we go to the list create page, we can see which translation token we were using. Or not, it's on the list form. So if we go to the components list form, oh, this is going to be buried even deeper because I believe it, yeah. Then we have a channel search component. So we need to go to channel search. And it has an input with a placeholder of this. This is the translated token we're going to select against. So now instead of search for channel, we can specifically say ll.en.that. And we'll import, or just L. Cool. So now we're not hard coding the text. We're specifically grabbing that placeholder. Click it. We're searching for filling in coding garden, pressing enter. And then we click on the first one. But let's not do this just yet because I think we want to just test, can you search? So we hit enter, and then we want to test to see, do we get results back? Put this in a variable? Sure, that's fine by me. Search placeholder. Like that. So we hit enter. We want to wait for there to be some card footers on the page. Oh, this whole thing. You're totally right. You're already confused. Yeah, me too. How do we not test this? So basically, I want to enter this, hit enter. I guess we should test that the loading indicator pops up. So like this progress radial. No, I think you're right, Dr. Phantom. Like, we actually don't even have a name on this. So that's actually, no, we do. We do. The name is search. So if we get by role name, no, get by role. The role of this is a text box. And the name we want is search. Would this work? Do we have to give this a role of text box? Yeah, I think you're completely right. We should be selecting by like by name because that does make sure that also that it's accessible. We're gonna rename that to search input. Okay, I think the one thing we'll do is we'll wait to see if there are channel cards on the page. And channel cards just have a class of card. Mm, and then we can get by not even text. So yeah, I don't know. You all can maybe you can help me in the chat. I want to write a test right here. That test to see did those things show up on the page. What would I search for? What would I select? Locator returns an element locator that can be used to perform actions on this page or frame. A locator is resolved to the element immediately before performing an action. And then we can pass the selector. So like card. Yeah, this is playwright. Um, something like this. Oh, so .ts is TypeScript. They can end in either JS or TS specifically. Expect the card to be visible. Maybe? Let's try running these tests again. First try? Probably not. I think it's something's hanging up. It's gonna time out, I think. Turn wrapping off. Ooh, I did not expect that to fail. So um create list failed and OAuth test failed. Page, wait for URL. Navigation failed because page was closed. What? All right, and then this other one failed. Why? Wait for get by role text box name search, and then click on it. So it never found a text box with a name of search. Do I have to set the role to be text box? Or role text? It doesn't like this. Redundant role. So that should already be set. Oh. Okay. I mean, I think I'll look this up because we want something like name equals search, something like that. I thought I was using get by role because that was the like accessible thing to do. Honestly, I want to see some best practices for playwright. So like playwright select input by name. Okay, yeah, I got that wrong. Name equals search. Select by accessible name. I guess it is just locator. Waiting for name search. Timed out. And it is true, Israel Hazel. if anybody out there is wants to be a programmer, this is what it's like. A lot of back and forth. You usually don't have Twitch chat to ask questions to. You go directly to Google or DuckDuckGo. Do I need to wait for the page to load? Well, the thing is, like, technically this would wait because like this thing is waiting 30 seconds for the page to load by default. Um, so maybe this is why the code gen decided to use placeholder. Get by label. Do I have a label on this text box? I do. I guess we'll just do get by label. Honestly, we'll just do get by label. I don't want to fight this all day. Well, okay. Get by label will get the input like that. Placeholder's still the better bet. It enforces that you have proper placeholders on your inputs. Yeah, and I guess, but label would enforce that we have labels too, right? Let's see if this changes anything. Um, it's gonna time out again. But I had placeholder. Aren't you the one that told me to not use placeholder? um, yeah, I can't find it. Do I need an await there? We're gonna use get by placeholder because that seemed to work earlier. Yeah. What's up, Brown? Welcome in. Well, we do the click here. honestly, I just want to go back to what we had. I think this is the only thing I have that's new, but it was working before, and then we refactored and everything broke. So go back. Yeah, and you're right. We don't need to click it. We just fill it because filling it would be fine. Thanks for the posture check, Bram. I mean, to click it to make sure it's as real as possible, like it exists. I think the thing is, if we don't click it, then when we hit enter, it wouldn't apply to that input box. So I think we still need to click it. Locator.click. Target closed. Well, I stopped putting it in a variable. Now I just have get by placeholder over and over again. Um, can I not edit these? Yes, I can't. I could change, so I could say like click, fill, press. The clear button is right next to the dark mode button. Is that what that does? Great. Great. Um, also, why can't I can't edit this. I wanted to be able to like put my test in there to test it out. Oh, I need to be recording. Yeah. Okay, I gotta use the restroom really quick. I'm baffled why this code doesn't work. Um, and right now the error that we're getting is target closed. So what does that mean? Add and await for the click. I guess we have that. Yeah. Oh, is it possible that these are not running in isolation? So like we have two different users that are logging in, and it's actually the other user right now, which means that this thing doesn't exist anymore. Is that the issue? Like, do we technically need to create separate contexts for each of the users that log in? Or is that already happening? Isolated browser context instance. Okay, never mind. Created for each test. So each test is going to have a separate cookie set. That should be what we expect. Let's do the test without the watch really quick. I guess I have to change that in my env. Give me a second. All right, I'll be right back. You can't hear me. I was back quick enough that I didn't think I'd need to time out or to go to be right back. Pages.create messages channel search. Maybe I picked the wrong translation string. This one. Yeah, it's the right thing. In case you do not prefer to query by placeholder, assign an accessible name to the text input. I'll have to look over here. Oh, ID. I see. What's up, Poron? Welcome in. Porons. Try playwright debug. What does that do? Didn't this pass the first time we wrote this code? I'm pretty sure it did, right? Step to the test with a headed browser. That might work. Like the only issue is like the context, right? Because the tests with the seeded users have the users set up to be able to run the test that we've written, right? Like if I try to run it against like our dev data, it's not gonna be the same. Honestly, just really quick, I want to do this. Like, are we actually on the create page, right? Because I don't think we were. Maybe that's actually what was missing is like go to the page and then wait for that. But typically you don't have to do that, right? You just go to the page. Yeah, and then if this fails, we know that it's not the right user, right? Like if it says that the page is like slash onboarding or something, then we're testing with the wrong user. Yeah. Yeah, so we're writing some integration tests. These are tests that are testing like the full flow of our app. So that's what we're doing. And in the context of a very large application with a bunch of stuff we've been working on for a long time. So where was the failure? Here. So this passed. We're on the slash create page. We're trying to click on the input box. And it's timing out. All right. I'll try it with debug, but I don't is it npx playwright test debug? This isn't running the login user. Oh, because uh wait, 4173, that's the is that the dev server? That's the preview server. That is the preview server. Yeah, so this code right now that's setting the login users is what do I want to say? The data's all out of sync. I think honestly that's the whole issue with this whole setup here is like trying to debug it in the context of the test containers, like in the context of the test data. It's probably doable, but it's just gonna take some more setup to get that working. All right, let's kill this really quick. And just take a second to think of how I want this to actually run. So if we spin up the test containers with like all the tests, like mock test data, and then and then we leave it in watch mode in a separate tab, if we run playwright debug, that potentially could work. But I think one of the main issues is right now in our playwright config, it's running the preview command. So it's going to do this twice. Because it would try to run it. I guess that is not the end of the world because I think it actually would try to choose a different port. All right, let's do this. I am going to put it back into watch mode. Run the tests. They'll stay spun up because we turned on watch mode. And then after that, in a separate tab, I'll run debug. And then we can actually step through the tests. Why did we go for this approach instead of just, testing the functions themselves? Well, testing the functions themselves is unit testing. There are benefits to both. You potentially have, it's easier to get larger coverage with end-to-end tests because it's testing the whole thing, whereas like unit tests are testing individual functions. So that's why we went with end-to-end. What's up, Curly Races? Welcome in. Yeah, so this is gonna fail. It's gonna time out again. Then ideally we can try to run debug mode, and that will be using the test data. Yeah, it's like testing the full flow, like what a real user would do. So v-test is for unit test. That's why we're not using that right now. Okay, so that failed. Both the OAuth redirect and then this one, which is trying to get that thing by placeholder. But now if we try to run debug, let's see what happens. Here's the issue. So like this should have run where we are the onboarded user, but right now it's not loading that on the homepage, which tells me it's using the wrong. Yeah, no, it's connected to the wrong thing. So this isn't going to work. This is connecting to our preview server, which has our dev database connection. We actually want to connect it to the instance running inside of the container. And that's different. Yeah, that's different. Because in order to debug inside the container, we would actually have to expose the preview port that's running inside of here. Because otherwise, when I run this command, it's actually just running it locally. It's not touching the containers. I guess it's worth figuring this out because otherwise we're gonna have a really hard time debugging all the stuff running inside of the containers. So let's think about this. The thing is, like, I can't pass in -- debug right here because these are running inside the container. Like the container doesn't. I don't believe like it's not able to like launch Windows because it's just like a Linux machine that like doesn't have a UI as far as I know. We could try. I think this is gonna break though, because if I do -- debug here and then try to run this, we're probably gonna get some weird error that it can't launch the UI. Oh well, I need to kill that. You can have an in-memory UI using XVFB. Yeah, and I don't think I want to try to get that working. It seems complicated. Versus exposing the port of the container and then doing the debug test locally. Yeah, so this says, looks like you launched a headed browser without having an X server running. That's probably the way to go, huh, Climax? Help me out with that. If you could pass me some docs on the debug port. I mean, I can try to find it too, but I think that's the way to go. We expose the debug port and then we connect to that. Yeah, so it has it's a specific Docker container from Playwright because we tried setting up our own and then we realized there's so many dependencies that are required to get it running. But it is this specific container, and it has Node.js inside of it. Playwright inspector. Run your test with dash debug. That's what we were doing. Stepping through the tests. But it's specifically, we're not. I want to be able to connect to this specifically. I think here's the other thing to consider. So like in the playwright config, I don't want it to run this command if I'm trying to debug inside the container. Because if I'm debugging inside the container, it's already technically running the preview. Can I do it without a command? Oh yeah, here we go. For continuous integration, you may want to use the reuse existing server option, which does not use an existing server on the CI. Yeah, something like this. How does chat know everything? I mean, they have experience. I think people have experience. They probably also like have encountered this before. Let me see really quick. Let's see if this helps. And then we'll also try to expose the port. So right now in my .env, I'm going to add that CI thing to say we want to reuse the existing server. And then in the test here, I actually want to expose 4173. So this will take the port 4173 inside the test container and then expose it to my local machine. Okay. And so right now, 4173 shouldn't be running. There's no process that has the preview server. Good. I am going to start the end-to-end tests. They'll be in watch mode, so after the tests try to run for the first time, the 4173 should still exist, and with that mapped port, we should be able to access it on the machine. So let's see. Okay. At this point, 4173 should actually be available now because it's running in the container and well, it's not. I don't know if I did the mapping of the ports correctly. Like technically, if I have that config right, I want to get that port inside the container and map it to this. And so this is still waiting, and it's up and running. So Something's wrong here. Is this the right syntax for exposing a port, or is it? Let's see. It should be the right port, yeah, because it is the right port because all of the tests. I mean, the tests are using this config. In our test config, let me double check. But in our this should not be in our test config, so reuse existing server would be false. And actually, just to like further test that, if I run this, it's gonna launch the browser and then like nothing. Yeah, it can't load it because it when I ran it locally, it said reuse existing server, which didn't start it back up. Okay, so that, I mean, that's a good sign. But does it have anything to do with the fact that I put it in a separate project? Like it, yeah, look, it says it's exposed. Oh, I think we have to do something like host mode or something like that for Vite preview. Let's look at Vite preview. It shouldn't need host mode though, because it's just running on that port and then we're exposing that port. Here's another test. If we drop down into a shell, can we curl? Can we curl ourselves? We can. See, that's that actually inside the container it can access itself. So that's one thing. Yeah, maybe it has something to do with Vite preview mode. So talking to localhost, talk to the container name. Yeah, or like the IP address of the thing. This is what I was thinking. Let's try this. Listen on all addresses. Let's see. Yeah, we just added that, the 4173 thing. Oh, yeah, and our containers now have to rebuild because we modified the package.json. Welp. This is all worth it though. Like I was saying earlier, like we need to be able to inspect these like right now that the whole reason we're doing all of this is that one test is failing. We have no visibility into why it's actually failing. So I need to be able to debug in this way. I'm basically just I'm reconvincing myself that the time we're spending on this is actually worth it. Yeah, the audio is in stereo. I also have a, it's called an expander. So it makes it sound a bit more like a radio voice because there's like a little bit of left-right bouncing. It might be too much, honestly, but yeah, it's in stereo. Okay, at this point, yes, that's what we want to see. So the port is exposed. We're accessing it from within, which means now if we try to run the tests in debug, it's accessing the one from inside the container, which should have the users logged in. right? Good to go. Good to go. All right, now this one, this is an onboard. So the cookies have been set for an onboarded user. So I should expect to see, yes, it's happening. It's happening. Okay. And then this one, an onboarded user can click to create a list. They click create. Okay. An onboarded user can search for a YouTube channel. Okay, this is the test. This is the test that we wanted to debug. Like, what is happening here? Oh. When a user tries to go to /create, we get a 500 internal error. Great. let's look at the logs in here. How would we see the logs for our Svelte server? That would be the output of the preview command, which is being hidden from us. The Svelte container, it's all running inside of this same container. Basically, this container runs the Svelte app in the background, because so whenever you, let's find it. So whenever you do playwright test, it actually spins up the Svelte app. I need to see those logs because that got a 500 internal server error and I have no idea why. Can I not go directly to the /create page? I mean, view the output of a running process. Okay, I think if we have to go that way, then we can find the node process. Yeah, this one. Or this one. This process. Is this the ID? It's either this number or the other number. Or is it 340? Maybe it's 340. 340 /FD/1. Docker containers are for our databases and then also our tests. And our tests are running in a container, so that way they're on the same network as our databases. Maybe this is the one. No, so that is the PID. 340. I honestly have no idea. Is it? Yeah, I guess it probably is Ubuntu. It is the container that is provided by Playwright. But yeah, I think it's Ubuntu. Because if we look at the Docker file, it's this thing. But I think it's Ubuntu. because of all of the prerequisites for getting Playwright running inside of a container. That's why I think it's Ubuntu. Because originally we tried to run it in Alpine, but it didn't have all the stuff that it needed, and then we found this container. Um, First of all, what's in here? Is there an FD directory? There is. Oh! Basically, number one is not the actual output. Standard out, or maybe it is? Okay. Um, Playwright, view logs of dev server. How do I word this? Because basically, or yeah, web server. So basically, Playwright is launching this as a separate process, and I just want to see the output of that. We could do what I'm doing right now, which is like trying to find the specific process and then getting its logs. Oh, maybe it's this one then. 339? It's probably this one because this one's actually using CPU and memory. It's possible aggregation mode. Let's see. Are there people in line at the ice cream truck, Lamotes? That's funny. There's no one in line. It's just sitting there. It's taunting you. It knows you're inside, or they know you're inside. What's up, Salamini? Yeah, I mean we're looking at what we can, anyways. These are the Docker logs that we get access to, and it doesn't show the output of the Svelte app. It only shows the output of the tests. Let's see. Headed Playwright in Docker. Set the display. Honestly, we're past this though because I'm at the point where I have insight into the tests that are running. So I don't really at this point. I mean that's like an alternative to what we figured out. Um, I just want to see the output of the web server. View logs of not that web server because of this option here. So Playwright spins this up. Where do those logs go? Is it the trace viewer? No. Does Veet preview even print error logs? I thought it would, right? Let's just test that out. Um, So yes, there are output logs. um, yeah, so it can't talk to Redis because it's expecting the test port, which is different because we just previewed it outside of the Docker network. So yeah, we should see logs like this. I just don't know how to see those logs. That's where we're at right now. Yeah, here we go. Add option to web server to show logs. Is it there now? Eddie, thank you for the gifts. You're very kind. I appreciate that. Um, wait, is there literally an option? There's not an option. Playwright standard out. This is a separate package? Using this sort of works. Let's try it. I mean, would it actually be in here though? No, I guess I could put it in my test env. All right. What's up, Minsik? Okay, so I added this environment variable, and hopefully we see the logs now, so we can debug that 500 internal server error. Yeah, basically that's. I mean, in a way, I mean that's it. Yeah, a lot of people have issues like this. They just spend an entire day on, and now you get to watch me do it live. Oh, web server available. Cool. It's triggering me. You've been doing it for weeks now. Well, ultimately, if I figure it out, I need to write a blog post. I need to make a YouTube video. Cool. Okay, so it errored out, but now, um, if we do the debug thing, ideally, we will see the output over here. This is onboarded user, doesn't get redirected. Great. This is onboarded user can click to create a list. Oh. It's so even when we click on it, it gets the 500 server error. Build to resolve module specifier. Prisma client index browser. Relative references must start with either what? Is this the error that we're actually running into right now? Added auto reload. Yeah, we basically needed to get it working to be able to debug this test. It looks like it's trying to pull in Prisma on the client side. Is watch mode swallowing my errors? Possibly, but this is definitely something that needs to be fixed. 4173? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, because is there like a hidden .prisma folder? Removing the import of a Prisma enum type fixed the issue. What if I don't want to do that? So on the create page, we absolutely are importing a Prisma enum. Look at our routes, create. Well, I think in one of the nested components, but we're pulling in this enum called visibility. Can I do type? No, because an enum is a type and a value. In TypeScript anyways. And then on the create form, we are pulling in visibility because we're listing it in the dropdown. It's a Prisma thing. Copy the JS files from .prisma/client to @prisma/client every time you generate. The first solution without editing the module is this. To fix it completely, Prisma client should import not that. The workaround is quite simple. If you only need a type, then import the enum as a type. I do want to use the enum though. Here's a trick. In a separate file, you need to re-export the type from the Prisma, but add an enum implementation for the runtime. Import the original enum, re-export. I don't want to have to manually redefine it. People don't like this solution. Change the output directory. So that's what we're doing on Masil. Like we're sending them to the client side, but we also want the type in the client side code as well. Just add this to the Vite config. Okay. Yeah, heck yeah. Come on. If this is the solution, fine by me. Okay. Moment of truth. Try passing the enum down. We sort of are. This should be good though. This is the winner. Seven tests pass. Man. Okay, but what did we learn? Uh, being able to inspect the containers and see the actual errors is good. Like we need that to be able to efficiently write tests, because otherwise we would have like we never saw that error when we were running it locally. So we had to like, you know, great. Great. Thumbs up. Heart emoji. Thank you to this person. Can I not do? Oh, I can only react with one. Okay. Um Great. Where were we? Back to this test here. So, um now that that's working, I think we can put this whole thing into a variable like before. Okay? Uh like this. And like somebody mentioned earlier, I think we can chain these. We can't chain these, but this cleans it up a little bit. And now we update our test. So type into the box, click enter, and then expect some cards to show up on the page. Ooh, look at that. It's working. So like these are actual API responses from YouTube that are getting added to the page. But why? Strict mode violation. Locator card resolved to 50 elements. That's fine. That's fine. I just want to make sure that there are at least one on the page. So let's figure out how to test for that with Playwright. These are end-to-end tests. We're using Playwright to do them. Yeah. Playwright. Check for multiple items on the page. Page dot wait for selector. Yeah, so wait for the cards to be on the page. Click the first card. Click the second card. So this is going to add two of the things to the list. Actually fill out the form. So I think we would fill out the form before we do any of the searching. And then when it's all done, try to create the list. Okay. Title input is going to be this. And then we don't want to get by hard-coded text. We want to use our translated tokens. Pages.create.labels. No. Labels.title. Like that. Yeah. Yeah, we'll update the card selector in a second. So basically what we're doing now is we're writing a test that fills out the creation form. So go to the create page, click the title, type the title of our new list. We don't necessarily want to press tab, but we can then do the same thing, but with the description input. Like that. Click the description input, fill it, and then we won't press tab. We will click the channel search for Coding Garden, wait for the results to show up. Grab the first card. And really, I mean, I think if I just do card button, and then can I say second dot click? There is no second. I spelled description wrong. Thank you. There you go. That grabs the first one. It should add it. Oh, there's a dot all, which will give you all of them. Dot inth one dot click. There we go. And then, after all of that is done, we create the list. So we get the button. We have l.buttons.create. Click create, and then we'll say page, wait for. We won't be able to wait for a specific URL because the list ID gets generated and then it redirects to a page with that list ID. So, is it 0? Or you're saying change first to inth 0? Is that what you're saying? I think let's look at our OAuth test earlier because this is kind of what we want. We want to. Oh, we can pass in a regular expression. Cool, that's fine then. Excuse me. So wait for a URL that's list / something like that. Okay, test pass, maybe. It passed, but let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it in debug mode. Also, I committed a cardinal sin. I have a passing test. I guess technically it's been failing this whole time. So it was failing before, and now it's passing. But I think V. If you're still here, how can I run debug but point it at a specific test? Can I give it the test name? Like right after that? Because I only want to debug create list. Like this. Will that work? Oh, then user can click to create a list. That should be fine. Okay, well, we're just going to debug this one really quick. So this is the test that we just wrote. Go to this page, click on the title, type it in, click on the description, type it in, click on the channel search, type it in, click enter, click the first one, click the second one. Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. So because our selector selected the card, now the second time it's selecting the card up here. So we need a selector that selects within the channel search container. I mean, is it bad to just put a results class on here? Because then we can say you want to find this. I'll allow it. Thanks, Limos. I don't really want to test ID though. I mean, maybe I do. I think it's gonna time out again though. I did something wrong here. Oh, well, we did a thing. So because we made a code change, so because we added this right here, technically I need to re-spin up all of the containers because it has to rebuild at that point. So I can't just wait for it. So yeah, that selector failed because .results doesn't exist anymore. Now we have to rebuild the Svelte app so that it has the latest changes in there. Again. Hmm? Now it's timing out again. Maybe I added it in the wrong spot. Hmm. What's up, Zaddycat? Welcome back. Failed. Waiting for navigation to... Oh. So that one passed, but then every now and then OAuth fails. Whenever we click, it fails. Not worried about that. So the test, the one we were worried about actually did pass. Let's give it a better name though. So onboarded user can create a list like that. Okay. The tests are good. We've made progress. We're at least, I think, like, this is probably our most advanced test so far because it's like it's clicking, it's doing a bunch of stuff, it's creating the list. I think we're good. What I want to do now is I want to handle the fact that we're always watching. I don't want to always watch. I want to technically have I want to have a separate task to watch the tests. We need to be able to run the end-to-end tests one off without waiting for changes. So let's get that working. We added an environment variable to do the watching. And I think what I'll do is we're going to add another task. So right now we have test end to end. We have this backup one that I think I'm ready to delete. And then we also had this debug one, which we're not using anymore. So I'm going to get rid of those two. I'm going to add watch. I'm going to add a new task called watch. It's going to be different. Because it will do npm run docker up test. How do we tell it to watch, though? I think maybe we want an up test watch. Maybe? Let's try that, Veeb. That would be the easiest, and we wouldn't have to modify things. The main issue, though, is I have a feeling that PW test watch thing needs to be set in the right spot. Like if it's not set in the right spot, then it won't actually flow through to the container. Which is why we're setting environment variables in several different spots. Because if you look at this one, no, honestly, I think we need a separate Docker compose. Yeah, we need a separate Docker compose because it's also gonna have this here. So here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna copy our test one, and we're gonna create a test watch Docker compose. But the base test one doesn't expose the port, and also doesn't map any of the volumes. So the base test one, like this is the one that runs all the integration tests. It doesn't need to expose volumes. It doesn't need to expose ports. Great. This one, should do all the same things, except now it exposes volumes, ports, and will do this. It'll add the PW test watch thing here. I've been working on it for 5 months. I've only been working on it for 20 days. So it's 1 day a week for 5 months, which is very different. Like it makes it feel much longer than it actually has been. All right, I can get rid of all of this and add an extends. So app test extends that, but then overrides these. Cool. Cool. And then now over here, we have our watcher tests. And also we'll give it a separate name too. So that way, technically, so I mean, here's where it'll get interesting. We can run the like spin it up end-to-end test, spin back down separately from the ones that are being watched. So we'll give the test watch a different name. And so now, not only can we have our dev containers and our watching containers and our end-to-end tests, but basically they're all running separately. They don't conflict with each other. Ideally. Thanks for the hydrate, yes, sir. Cheers. But now in our package.json, we have our test watch, Docker down test watch, and Docker up test watch. And these two are the same, except they just point at that watch file instead. Great. And then we modified this earlier to do this reuse existing server thing. We probably still want that. We probably still want some logs. It's fine for now though. But if I've done everything correctly, now when I run this, it should spin them up, run the tests, and then spin back down. It shouldn't watch. Yeah, and it's gonna have to rebuild because I modified the package.json. This is our life now. We just wait. Test, pass, test, pass, test, pass, test, pass, test, pass. Ugh. It's gonna time out. No, just pass. Okay, yes. Sweet. And that's what we want to see. So the test pass spins back down. Great. So this is what's going to happen on the CI server. So on GitHub Actions, when it's running the test, it does this: spin up, spin back down. Okay, but now, I want to work at a big company now. Instead of working, I can sit all day and wait for tests. Yeah, I mean, there's an ideal way to set this up with minimal wait time, but you know, okay. But now if I run test end-to-end watch, this will spin up and it should stay running. And now it's a completely separate group here, as we can see. Great. Awesome. Spawn pw test watch equals 1e no net. He did not like how I did that. Let's try it slightly differently. So ideally, instead of having to do this, we can just do it this. Let's see. Exclamation mark break. I will give you a link to my break timer. And welcome in. Welcome in. Glad to see you. It's actually really funny the amount of people watching today. So many people sitting at home just watching me watch a terminal output. We're using Prisma. I feel called out. I mean, it's just interesting. I mean, I realize Some of you find it interesting. That's great. I don't have music so that people can put on whatever music they want at home. It's working. So now it's watching. We're in watch mode, and that means that also we can write new tests or we can modify existing ones. Um, so I do believe. So do all of these don't run in parallel, right? So like each test file technically runs in parallel, but for any given test file, the tests are run top down. Is that accurate? Because I think if that's the case, then we can write one more test below this that checks to see now when you go back to the home page, there should be a list in the list. Let's write a test for that. We'll say onboarded user sees list of lists on home page. In VTest, they run parallel. Don't know about Playwright. You're using 2 workers, so you're running 2 tests at a time. I see. So we don't want to write a dependent test. I think for this, this is a scenario where we would introduce another seated user, I think. Would I recommend adding internationalization for every app? I think if you can find the right library and it's like easy enough to set up, I think it makes sense. I think especially like you're seeing some of the benefits of internationalization here, like the fact that we can select elements via text that has like a single source of truth. That has nothing to do with translation. That's just really nice for our test because we don't have to hard code any strings. Like all of these hard coded strings are like things that users are entering, which is fine. That's different than selecting things on the page based on their text. Controlling the test order. And what's up, Sabrisa? Glad to see you. Use a test list file. I think this is honest. This is what we want to avoid, though. I think we don't want to force the order. We want it to run this. We want them to run as fast as possible and in parallel. And so this specific set of tests is all about a new user that hasn't created a list before. They have the ability to create a list. What we want next is we'll seed a user into our test database that has been onboarded and has already created a list. And we'll write a test that when they go to the homepage, they see the list of lists. I think that's what we need to do. So let's do it. And let's also update our log here. So we've got our watcher. That's awesome. We just tested searching for YouTube channels. We add them to the list. We can create a list. Now I want to test viewing a list, or like viewing the list of lists and clicking on a list to view it. That's our next test. And then we'll call it quits for today. But look at everything we did today. We definitely made some progress today. But here's what we need to do now. We need to feed our database with another user and seed our database with lists and all of the associated data. Yeah, I think that's a good point, Veeb. Like we can start to organize our test files as well. Like right now we have, let's do it. If we create a folder called like base. And hey, Kolkis, I have a plugin test. Where are the captions? Captions are gone. Are the captions working anymore? Hello? I think, according to what I'm seeing, they're not working anymore. but actually, I have a plugin in OBS that is getting the captions and then sending them to Twitch in real time. Let me restart this. Because yeah, the moment you asked about it, the captions aren't working anymore. Test, test, 1, 2, test, test. Okay, they should be back now. They should be back. Yeah, let me get you the name of this plugin because it's pretty slick. Honestly, it's like the top 1 or 2 results whenever you search for OBS caption plugin. So OBS Twitch caption. The thing is, I think Twitch is like one of the only services that supports this. There are multiple options though. So I used to use this one. This one is good. However, the captions show up as a Twitch overlay. So like it's an overlay that users need to click on. And then the one that I'm using isn't an overlay. Like it's actually embedding them as captions. And then when someone goes to the page here, under settings, you should actually have, no, you'll see the CC button. If you click the CC button, that's just integrated with the Twitch player. And that's what this plugin basically injects them into the stream that's being sent to Twitch. What's up, DMD? Is this the one? I think this is the one I'm using. Let me double check. Cloud closed captions? Is that what that is called? It is. This is the one. That was worth the sidetrack because it's pretty slick. I think honestly, most if you're streaming on Twitch, you should probably be using that plugin because it makes your stream more accessible. Yeah. No, there's literally somebody over there that's like live translating, live captioning. All right. Yeah, now the hard part. We need to seed our database. And we have to seed it with a lot more data than before. Because before, we were just seeding users with their settings, their account info, their session, all of that other stuff. We need to seed all of that along with a newly created list. So what I kind of want to do is... What's the Vite port? 5173. 5173. Write a script that that's kind of what I think we need to spend the next 20 minutes writing a script that exports data from the database to a JSON file that can be used for seeding the database. That's going to be worth our time because as we go more and more, we're going to need more mock data. And so basically what I want to do is I want to write a script that exports this data right here from our database. Yeah, and so I know a lot of people are joining in. Let's take a step back. We're 3 hours into a session working on integration tests, which we've made some progress on. We've checked some boxes today. We made some progress, but let me tell you what this app does. So this is an app called Listed. It's built with SvelteKit, and we have OAuth that's using auth.js. You can log in, choose your account. Actually, let's start from scratch. I have 2 different accounts we can test with. So if we test with this other account, it's a brand new user that doesn't have any lists yet, except for one. That's fine. Actually, let's create a new list. Let's create a list of cooking channels. So basically, your lists are lists of YouTube channels. For instance, I like to watch the Babish Culinary Universe. So you can enter a term, click search, that hits the YouTube API. We get back the search results of channels that match. I'm going to add the Babish Culinary Universe to my list here. Also, I like to watch Maddie Matheson. So I can search, I can add them to my list. So now I'm creating a list that has these 2 channels on it. I'll click create. That then reaches out to the YouTube API, grabs every single video from both of those channels, and now I have a single feed of the videos of all of those channels. And then I can click on a video, it embeds it. We have all the metadata and everything else here. And then I think like 2 streams ago, we worked on editing. So now you can go to edit and then like add new channels. So there's also, anybody remember Claire? She was on Bon Appetit. That's it, Claire Saffitz. Let's add her to the list. She does a lot of like desserts and stuff like that. And so now this list has all 3 of the channel's videos in it as well. Yeah, so it's a YouTube aggregator, but it's based on channels, right? So if you use YouTube right now, you can create playlists of videos, but you have to manually manage that. You can go to a channel's page and you can see their videos, but on YouTube, there is no way to say, I want to watch these 4 channels all in one feed. Oh, Brad started a new series? Let's add him. I forget his last name. Brad Bon Appetit. Brad Leon. There he is. Where's he at? How to brew a secret beer. Nice. Yeah, I watched Veritasium. So, I mean, and that's another kind of list you could create. Like, you could create a list called, like, edutainment. And, entertaining and educational, right? So let's say you're in the mood. You want to watch some, Veritasium, but also probably, like, Vsauce. Who else fits into this category? Maybe like 3 blue, 1 brown. Who else? Yeah, you can fit Mark Rober. I feel like there's also like another category of like makers, because like Mark Rober is a bit of a maker, but he's also a scientist. Oh yeah, Matt Parker, who does the maths. Hey, Noxodev. Stand up maths. Regardless, click create. And now you'll see this actually takes a little bit longer because, yeah, number file would be good on this list too. But this is actually reaching out to the YouTube API and getting the metadata of every single video for every one of these channels. We're probably going to add like a little mini game right here, or maybe we'll also work on streaming the results in so you don't have to wait. But what's nice is after you've done it once, you don't have to wait again. All of that metadata is cached for 24 hours. So I can click right into it and then get the list. Anton Petrov? I'm not familiar with that channel. But regardless, this is the app that we're working on, and all of that it entails, because it's on the surface fairly simple, but we're also doing a lot of work to make the code base very maintainable and also like production ready. And we're also learning SvelteKit as we go. But you can see the code base is like fairly big, and we're doing things like internationalization. So right now, every single bit of text we have in our app gets defined here. And then we're using a library that's type safe and uses this as like the base type. And then any other translation, you'll get a type error if you haven't translated one of these tokens. Also, there's lots of configs. I mean, I think we spent like 3 streams just getting ESLint, Prettier, and TypeScript all working together with Svelte. Yeah. So this is what we're working on. And what we're doing now is we are going to write a test that says when a user logs in and goes to their page, they will see a list of all of the lists that they've created before. You can use JavaScript in a TS file. You can. TypeScript is mostly JavaScript with like a little bit of, just a tiny little bit of extra stuff sprinkled on top. Yeah. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to write a script that exports each of my database tables to like a separate JSON file. And then we can use that to construct our seeds for our test. That's what I'm going to do. So here we go. Let's create a scripts folder. Yeah, and so basically you can take everything we've done and then like extrapolate from there, because once we have this working and deployed and we have a user base, then once people start to create lists, we have a lot of interesting data we can use to determine channels that are related, right? So, like, if I create a list with Mark Rober and 3 blue, 1 brown, and somebody else created a list that only had 3 blue, 1 brown in it, we could provide a suggestion that says, hey, people that add this person to a list also typically add this person to a list. So it'll eventually be like a channel recommendation and discovery engine as well. Uh, all right, I'm going to create a file, export db.ts. Data export. Does it exist? Does it just do the thing? What am I looking at? v1.prisma.io? Is this the latest? This is the latest. Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked too much into what's involved with like the YouTube API quota and stuff like that. Yeah, this is really bright. Come on, Prisma. Dark mode. Um this is nice that it's built in. But the way we have our seeds, we would need to manually manually import them. Prisma export path. Let's try this. npx Prisma export path. The path will be Prisma seeds export. Prisma seeds export. Go. Well, that didn't work. Unknown command export. Prisma 1? What the heck is Prisma 1? No? What the heck is Prisma 1? Full export is planned. I definitely don't want to install that. You can do it one at a time. The full export is planned. So I would export it from Prisma Studio? Let's see. All right. Got a list. We want the coding garden universe, which will update to that. And then someone said, or where is that copy as JSON? Delete, add, filters. This says it's already in Prisma Studio. Select a few rows and press Command-C. A JSON object representing your records gets copied to your clipboard. Is that true? So we're going to have another user here. Lists will be an array. No, that didn't work. Control C? No, that didn't work. Should also log to the dev tools. Yeah, at this point, I would have already been done with manually writing the export myself, which was what I was about to do. Yeah, so I'm command C'ing. That's copying the value directly, though. Yeah, no thanks. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna continue as we started. I have an export DB script. I want to grab the Prisma client. I think it's directly exported. Let's try to use it. Let's figure out where we need it. So this is in the source directory in lib server lib Prisma client. That's what I'm doing, Amasil. That's literally what I'm doing. And what I was gonna do 20 minutes ago before I tried to figure out how to do it a built-in way. No, I want db.server. Oh, no worries. No worries. Lib. db.server. Great. And then for instance, I want to grab all of the list. Find many. Export. We'll have a function. It will be async. We will call the find many function. That gives us back some data. For now, I'll just log it out to make sure it works, and then in a second, we will write it to disk. Is this complaining? Yeah, so we need to tell tsconfig about the scripts folder. Yeah. Great. So now I should be able to do I have TSX? That's nice. That's very, very nice. Um, yeah, so honestly, I mean, I kind of have to define it manually anyways in my Prisma seeds. So here's what I'm thinking. This we're just going to use this as an interactive CLI to export the things as I need them, and then we're going to copy paste them over here. So we need a new user. So I'm going to copy all of this. Like that. However, this user needs a unique ID. Give me a GUID. And I want to very easily do like a find and replace. I guess I could have a scrap JSON file. Here's the thing. I'm gonna do this the long way. There's gonna be a lot of copy pasting. I just want to get it done. There's probably a better way to do this, but I don't have the patience to do it right now. So I have my data here. I want to replace the user's ID with a new GUID. So every occurrence of this needs to become that. Cool. User settings also needs a new ID. Wait, that didn't work. Did that work? It did work. Never mind. Cool. User settings has a new ID linked to the correct user ID. We need the user to have a unique email. We need account to have a new unique ID. The provider account ID also needs to be unique. Session needs a new ID. And then session token needs a new ID. And is there an easy way to get a GUID in Node built in? Or do I need a package for it?
Cheer 500, you get an ID, and you get an ID.
Thank you, Murdoch. Thank you for the bits. You're too kind. Too kind. Crypto.random UUID is now standard on all modern browsers and JS runtimes. Is that a thing? So yeah, I know I've used UUID before, but I want to be able to run a quick script that doesn't install a dependency and generates a UUID. That's fine. Crypto dot random UUID. That's great. Check this out. Look, I could run this all day long. And I could alias it. So alias UUID. Well, actually, is UUID a built-in command? It's not. So I can create a command called UUID that is that. And now, anytime I want one, I can just do that. Or not. No, that's not it. I need to put it all in quotes. Quotes inside quotes. Yeah, look, I can run this all day, and now I have my own little command. I didn't have to install any dependencies. Nice. This feels like it could be a YouTube short or like a TikTok. Because you might not have known that you could do this. Basically, you can pass in a script to be executed by Node, and so that's step one. And then step two is alias it to a command itself. Um, I guess we're not setting the seed, so it just has to do with the internal, like the implementation of random UUID. It's probably seeding it randomly. Yeah. The only issue is I don't have the energy. Like I need to be done. uh, maybe no. You know what I should do? I should write this down. So if the next time I want to record a YouTube short or like a TikTok, this is on the list of ideas. Let me go. Let me go put it on my list. It might late key. Yeah, it does. Nobody told me. Nobody told me. However, it is all uppercase. It is all uppercase. And really, the point of the point of the YouTube short isn't specifically this. It's the fact that you can take any Node script and then like alias it to like a one-off command. Yeah, and this would work on Windows too, because this Node-E that works cross-platform. Basically, you're just passing it a script to execute. Okay, we're in it. We're back. So, yeah, we just replaced that with a unique session token. Okay, so this is going to be our new user. We're going to use to seed. We're going to give them uh, some lists, and the lists we're going to give we output to the terminal earlier, but we'll do it again. Yeah, so I want this. Oof. I'm not going to console. So I want it invalid JSON. So I'm going to log JSON.stringify. And so that will give me valid JSON to copy paste. Okay, so this is the list we're going to create. This is the ID that it has. There's a lot of dependencies that are going to be needed though, because not only do we want the list, we also want the list item meta, and YouTube meta. So one thing we could do though is we could do like a query in our little export DB thing that finds where the ID is that. And we get all of the nested data that we want as well with our Prisma query. So I think on the list watch page, we're pulling in all of the metadata stuff. Ooh, get list does all of the complexities of this. But that's okay. I'm just going to copy paste this because I basically want all of the included sub data. All right. Beautiful. Thing is, now that I have this, I think I can do like a nested insert. So this is a list with a list ID. Wait, what did this output? Do I love Svelte overview? I think I'm slowly converting. Um, just because it requires so much less. Like when Vue came out with like script setup and like the composition API and everything, it's great. It's really awesome, but Svelte just requires less code. I need to go back to this. So find the first list. And include all of these things. But where's the list metadata? Right, so, oh, here it is. I only copied the items. I think that's the issue. I want this whole thing. Oh, no, never mind. I already did. Okay. So, this is our list, has all its info, and then items are going to be all of the things that need to be seeded into the DB further. So, like YouTube meta needs to be seeded into the database, and then also list item meta and list item needs to be seeded. Let's write the code to put this into the database. Okay. So now, in our seeds, we're going to add one more user right here that has all of that nested info. And when we seed it, we'll need to pull that info in. And this is the point where it probably makes more sense to map over each of the users. So we're going to map over all of data.users. Yeah, I mean, but if you're looking at the dev experience, Svelte seems better. Okay. Now, we do this, and we say, instead of create mini, we say create, and here we change all of this. Okay, so now, for every user, we create all of this stuff, but then we can say, if user.list exists, then we're going to iterate over it. So user.list.map, we get each map, or sorry, we get each list. We got to put it into the database. So we'll say await Prisma client dot list dot create. I guess we could have done create mini, but I want to seed all of the nested items individually. The data is list. This is going to complain though because it has a bunch of extra properties. It has items. We could get rid of it. You can pull the items off and then delete list.items. The operand of a delete operator must be optional. That's just TypeScript complaining. I think at this point, we can ignore that. Is this how I want to do this? This should create the list in the database, and then from there, we can create each of the nested items. Something like items. We get each of the item. We want to wait for this. Yeah, we're doing some crazy stuff here. I think it's not that bad though, because ultimately, TypeScript is inferring the types from that JSON file, and I know better than it. Like I know that I'm extracting off the items here. Yeah, so A7 A7son is saying, "Well, I promise all the different tables." Technically, we could put these in a promise.all. Well, no, we couldn't, because all of these are dependent on this. So we need to create this first, and then these get inserted after. But this is just for our seeds. I'm not really worried about performance here. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. Wait, is this complaining? Where's my syntax error? There. Okay, now we can do Prisma client dot list item. The data is the item. I'm curious if I don't delete the items, will this work? Let's see. And then here's my client list item meta. Item.meta. List item meta. And then Prisma client.YouTube meta. Item.meta.YouTube meta. Like this. Why delete it if you already destructured it? So destructuring it just creates a new variable. Deleting it would have deleted it so that it doesn't try to put it into the DB right here. But this might not work. So I actually have no idea how Prisma Client works. Like if the thing you pass to data has extra properties, will that break the insert? If it does, then we're going to have to delete the items property and everything else. But if it doesn't, if it just ignores those extra properties, then we should be fine with the code that we've written here. Let's see. Let's try to, well, yeah. But it wouldn't make sense to do delete. So the delete keyword is all about modifying the object that we're operating on. So basically what I was doing, if you look at our seed JSON, I was. First of all, I need to create. Um, it expects exactly what the schema is. Okay, so we'll probably run into an error, but I need to create this list in the database first, and lists don't have an items property. Then, after I've created that list, then I need to create each list item, which is each of these. So the delete keyword would have taken this object, deleted this property from it, and before that I had put it in another variable so that just this data got put into the database. But then after that, I still have my array, so I could put each of these items. But also meta isn't a thing, so I would have had to delete that. So basically what we're doing is we're taking this nested representation of the data and trying to put it into the database one row at a time in the correct order, because the database doesn't accept it as this like nested data. Like, I think technically you can do a nested insert with Prisma, and maybe that's the way to go, but I still would have to rework the object. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that's a good way to go, V. But yeah, honestly. Um, because then create list only has the correct properties. Or does it? Oh, because created at and updated? No. Type of visibility are incompatible. See? Then we would have to convert it to like the enum. I'm just gonna try to run this. If this works, beautiful. Because if this doesn't work, then we're gonna have to do the manual work of converting everything to be exactly as the database expects it. But let's see. Whoa. Okay, here comes the seed. And the seed went through as well. All right. The seed worked. So, yeah. The tests are failing now. I don't know if we changed anything to make the test fail. But let's see what the output is. When you're surprised, your code works. Yeah, mainly because I didn't know what to expect with Prisma Client, like by passing it in potentially extra data. We have multiple failing tests. This is bad. Yeah. Okay. See what happened. He's timed out. Onboarded user can click to create a list. We go to the home page. We grab the create button and we try to click on it. And that fails. Oh, you know what? Our seed file, I don't think it awaited the promise.all. That's why the seed, I think that's why it worked. Let's see. Well, no. We're awaiting this. This is mapping over each user, awaiting the creation of each user, and then awaiting the creation of all the lists. Yeah, that's probably what happened, Dennis. And we're gonna have to debug that now. So, um, it changed the database in such a way. Let's confirm in our test.json file. This seed file might as well as be written in Dart. You mean it's like too hard to navigate? Hmm. Um, let's double check how we're logging in the user in the tests. So for example, what's the first test that failed? Onboarded user can click to create a list. This one. We are logging in the user with ID 1. So this grabs the users at that index and uses their session token. That should be fine. We didn't change the order of the users here. So like user 1 has onboarded false, user 2 has onboarded true, and then user 3 has onboarded true and has a different email and a different provider account ID. Let's debug it. I mean, we worked on this earlier, but now we should be able to run the watch mode and then run the test in debug mode to get a better idea of why they're failing. If there are 2,000 registers in the database, the map method could affect the app speed? Probably. Ooh. Now watch the test pass. If the test pass this time, it's not good because then it is it's inconsistent. It's inconsistent. Okay, that one failed. Good. And what's up, just for bees? Welcome in. Okay. Yeah, I want to run debug to see why this stuff is failing. And specifically, onboarding.test. That one's failing. Let's look at it. Ooh, okay, so we set this user should be logged in right now, but they're not. Um, our seeds are broken. Just straight up, our seeds are broken. Like that user isn't in the database essentially. So I think we did something wrong here. Create the user, create the settings, create the session. This whole thing should have been waited on. I mean, I guess I'll comment that out. All of this should it's possible that the seeds were like failing silently, or they failed and I didn't actually see the output of the failure. Running seed command. The seed command has been executed. Look at the created sessions. I want to make sure that those sessions are actually in our database during the seed. Running seed command. The seed command has been executed. Um, um, I think we can go back to what we were doing before. Make sure that still works, and then if it did, then we just know that the way that we're seeding here isn't what we expect. I think it's swallowing some error, I think. To do, use a logging library. No, it's not swallowing it. We should see the error in the console if there was an error when it was running this file. Um, all right. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go way back. I should have committed it somewhere in here, but I'm just gonna go back to the code as it was before. That to this. Okay. Do the test pass with the seeds in their original form. I'm getting into the whole CI/CD thing. Are you doing the same thing here whenever you commit? Oh, like pre-commit hooks? Yes. Test pass. Great. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave this as is, and then I'm gonna say, await promise.all map over each of the users. And then inside of here, if the user has a list, we create that list. But this is probably, honestly, this is probably gonna fail too, but because like it wasn't working earlier. Um, await map. Oh, wait. Map. One more time. It's a lot of promises. Well, we're inserting into like 4 different tables. Okay. This is what I want to see. But why didn't we see this earlier? Why didn't we get this error earlier? But this is basically saying it has extra properties. Got invalid value. Huh. I don't, maybe we missed an await in there somewhere earlier. But now we can just fix this. Well, not that. We're going to pull off items, and we'll call this create list. List. So create list. Will be this. Then what did we figure out earlier? There's a property. Oh, and then we need to convert. Oof. Need to convert the so visibility is visibility at create list dot visibility. We pull visibility in from there. All right, so that should create the list. Awesome. From there, we have to do the same thing for like each one of these. So we'll say the meta and the create list item. It's gonna be that item. And then create list item is what gets passed in here. And then maybe the type just works. The type just works. Beautiful. And then we got to do the same thing here. We grab the YouTube meta and the create list item meta. That goes there. And what is it not like? Yeah, same thing. Is it type? Item type? List item type. Dot YouTube channel. Yeah, but cool. And then finally, we've got our YouTube meta, and we should be able to just pass that in directly right here. All right. That's the winner. So this should also seed all of the stuff associated with the list. It failed. Okay. Foreign key constraint failed on the field list item meta ID. Yeah. Because we have to create the item meta before we create the item? I forget our database structure. Okay, let's look at it. So, List item meta needs to be created first. Yeah, okay. Go. Can you not use Prisma's connect inside of a single create instead of needing 3? Oh, you probably could. Yeah, that's the other way to go about it. Is you basically just do like a nested insert. And then YouTube meta needs to be created first. All right. Or no, even before that. YouTube meta needs to be created before the list item meta is gonna fail. Yeah, so YouTube meta needs to be created first, and then we create the list item meta, and then we create the list item. This is gonna work. I bet you five gifted subs, it's gonna work. That means if I'm right, you have to gift 5 subs. I was right. It worked. Um, yeah, we're only adding one list right now, but it's one list that has list items, list item meta, and YouTube meta. Oof. No worries, Glass. I was partially joking. Okay, now that that stuff is in the database, we can write a test that says that when that specific user visits the homepage, they should see a list of lists. That's the whole reason we did all of this. So, thank you, Glass. Thank you for the prime. When you started learning software development, if I did this, will be much better. Wait, what? I don't know what you're asking, Big Dead King. Can you rephrase it? Um, didn't we start writing a new test? I guess we didn't. We were gonna rework everything into separate folders. I'm not gonna do that just yet. I want a view list test is what I want. And it's gonna be similar. Oh, this should be fine. So if we go to our user types, we're gonna create another user type called has list ID 2. And so now the view list test, it's gonna log in as the has list user. And then user with lists can see list on homepage. So the user with the list logs in, they go to the homepage, they should still be on the homepage, and then we're just going to expect that there is a list of lists there. And then how do we test for that? If we look at our create list test, we were gonna wait for the list of lists. And what is the list of lists? Let's see. So, homepage here. List nav. So list nav list. So this should wait to make sure that there's actually a list in there. You can see list on homepage and click one. View one. It's not results though. This is a different spot in the app. They're not search results, they're a list of lists on the homepage. So I guess to demo over here, it's this list right here. So it's list nav list. So there should be one list there. And in this case, we can actually hard code. We want an anchor tag that has the text coding garden. And get by text. Well, no, get by role link. And then the name. I think this is tricky though because it's the link has multiple text in it. The link has the title and the description. Thanks, Bob. Thanks for the hydrate. Which part's not a good practice? The fact that there's multiple text inside of the link. Tell me, Kevin. You drop this ball on me. You need to give me a follow up. How do I fix it? How do I make it accessible? I think the thing is, we potentially could select by href because we actually know what the list ID is going to be. So because we're seeding it, we know that this is the list ID. So we could look for this specific href. Checking accessibility is not like a simple this is how you do it. I mean, there's a long involved process. A element should only have text inside. Okay. Eventually, we'll probably add buttons to the element or something like that. I'm not going to change the layout of the page right now. But we can do that in the future. And I'll leave a note for it as well. I mean, my accessibility linter isn't yelling at me, but make the whole component clickable using CSS pseudo classes. To do. Can links have what did we say? Links should only have text inside? I mean, technically they do have text inside. It's just a span with a title and a description. So yeah. The main thing that I was getting at though is there's not a single label on this anchor tag. It is title, description. We could select by title. The thing is that never like honestly, I think you're wrong here, Kevin, because like this is and I don't want to put a separate ARIA label because this is the label. The label is the title and the description. Let's see. Actually, no, I'm good. I'm good. Appreciate you though. Um, let's keep moving. Um, like so if someone with a screen reader were to visit this website and the screen reader were to read to them uh coding garden universe all coding garden videos, that's completely fine. That was what I would expect for them to see. um I guess the main issue I'm dealing with is it's a combined label. Yeah, I think what I want to do here though is so we're going to wait for the list to show up on the page. And then I want some kind of expectation to say expect that the text coding garden is on the page because we're expecting that the name of the list is there. That's description text and description. It's like description definition or something like that. Combine them. Yeah. No, I appreciate it, Kevin, but also I've been live for 4 hours and this is like the last thing that we're working on. And getting sidetracked is not ideal. Uh, ARIA atomic attribute indicates whether assistive technologies should will present all or only parts of the changed region. Mm, what do you? How does this help me, Timon? Yeah, an element is not to be split. But who's gonna split it? Um, Playwright just seems so like compared to like the Cypress testing and some other like Indian testing I've used before. Um, it's uh, it's just so different because like typically you would write a test that just says like wait for this text to be on the page, and I don't think there's a way to do that in Playwright. I mean, maybe for good reason because do I just wait page get by text something like this coding guarded, and then if this times out, um, uh, then then it's a broken test. Um, I guess the other thing we could do, yeah, wait for that selector and then select it. Um, grab the first one and make sure that it exists. Like really, this is all I want. I want a test that makes sure this has the text coding garden on the page. List link maybe, and then can I do like an expect list link dot text content? This is it. This is the test I want. Um, let's see. Let's see. It won't hurt. It won't hurt it to try. And at this point, we should be able to do the watch tests so that way we can iterate. Text content is a function. It's a promise. Okay, that's fine though. See you, Origin. Thank you for hanging out. Use this role combined with role list. Oh, I see. I would literally give it the role list item. Okay. Yeah, I know. I need to do a lot of things. So first of all, this we need to await as well. And then that. I need to finish this app. Yeah, exactly. um Looks like it's gonna time out, probably because of the selector. Like, did I even get this selector correct? Because it's list nav, list, anchor tag. List nav, list. Oh, that's why. Right? List nav, list, anchor tag. Okay, which one is failing? The list nav list selector never gets shown. Now is the time for us to run the debug to see what actually is going wrong here. User with list can see list on the homepage. Great. Go to the homepage. The user doesn't have any list. Dang it. Okay. That's a problem. That's definitely a problem. So we're logging in. User types has list, which is index 2. And when we seed our data, index 0, 1, 2. Index 2 is this user, and their session ID corresponds to them, and they should have a list. Let's double check that the session token and ID are unique. 44548D. Good call. If there's only one occurrence, then the control F will only find it. So, first of all, is the session ID unique? One of one. Is the session token unique? one of one. Does the user ID correspond to this user ID? Yeah, Coding Garden 3. Okay. Oh, the user ID is wrong in our list seed. That is an error. So we need to put this user ID here. That's the issue. Yes, that's the issue. Okay. Okay. Watch this. Tests are going to pass. The list here was associated with the wrong user. Dang. So it failed, but it failed instantly. At least it didn't time out. Yeah, that makes sense. So we were expecting it in Limitless. Thank you for that tier 1. Appreciate you. We expected it to just be Coding Garden, but it was Coding Garden plus the description. Which makes sense. I guess we could make a more specific selector then. Right? We could select the DT to get the title. This link title. Link or title text. Select both. Can I do to have text? Honestly, that's probably a better way to go. To include, to contain. Coding Garden. That's it. All right. If this passes, we're done for today. We'll have 8 passing tests if this passes. But I've only been live for 2 hours longer than I want. No, I guess an hour longer than I wanted to be. An hour and a half longer than I wanted to be. We did it, everybody. It was a long journey. It was a very long journey. It was a 4.5 hour journey, but we made it. And I'm gonna have to clean things up before I make a commit, but we're there. We're there. Sort of. I mean, I'll say like partially. We want to. We'll do this next time. View individual list. And then next time we'll also add tests for editing lists, and then also add tests for navigating list. A lot more to do. But does streaming make me a better coder or a worse coder? Streaming just takes everything takes 5 times longer to do. At least for the kind of streaming that I do and that I have done for the past 5 years. Because I try to explain everything that I'm doing as I go. And that takes a lot more because I can't just do the thing. I also have to explain the thing that I'm doing. Not everyone streams that way though, or like streams live coding that way. Some people just live code without talking or without explaining what they're doing. And I don't do that. I probably could do that. It would just feel so weird and just so fundamentally different than what I've been doing for the past 5 years, though. So yeah, basically, live streaming myself building things takes 2 to 3 times as long, requires 2 to 3 times as much effort, and and basically, and then also you have people that don't even realize that I'm doing this, or like how different it is than what everyone else does. So it's a thankless job, sort of. I don't know. You just thanked me. I'm kind of just joking. Um, I accidentally killed my chat. I'm joking. I'm joking. Okay, here's also what we need to do. I'm not going to do it this time, but next time we need to update contributing guide. Because there's a lot of process that we kind of defined today, which is like running tests in watch mode. Also, debugging tests in watch mode. And then also exporting data to be seeded for tests. There's a whole bunch of things we were doing today over and over again that we actually need to like write out the steps to do. So in the future, if somebody wants to implement a feature and also test it, they need to know how to do this. In the meantime, let's clean up our code before we commit. I think we got rid of reuse existing server, or did we? No, we don't need this anymore. I'm pretty sure. I'm just gonna double up check everything before I commit. I'm still not gonna merge it into main. I want to finish out the full testing thing. And I guess the other thing we haven't tested yet is our code. Good job. Everything's broken. We need to confirm our code coverage reports. Because now those code coverage reports are getting created inside of a test container, and we need to make sure that those coverage reports are generated outside the container. With like some kind of volume. Okay. And then this little scrap file can go away. And we had this export DB script. Honestly, I'm actually not going to commit this file. I'm going to TS ignore it, or not TS. I'm going to git ignore it, because basically I'm just using this file to export the things that I want to load into my test database. But I don't actually want to commit this code, because the way that I've been writing it is I just run it every time I need it, and then I copy paste the JSON. I could write this in a way where it like literally outputs the result to this folder, but that would require a lot more work. So I'm actually just going to add that to the git ignore for now. Cool. Cool. I think we're good to go here. Add initial E2E tests with watch config. Whew. So yeah, somebody asked about this earlier. These are our pre-commit hooks. It's running type check and the linter before allowing us to commit, so that it can catch errors like this. So our test seed has a linter error. Yeah, so we don't need to import these anymore. It's no, it's I think it's a good thing. The fact that it just caught this before committing, is good. It's good. I didn't accidentally commit some bad code. Yeah, so next week we're gonna try to write some fun stuff to help with all of the IRL streaming that I've been doing. But yeah, keep an eye on the schedule. I'll update it this weekend. I'm thinking multiple streams next week. There's a lot of stuff that I want to work on, so I'm just gonna go live and code a bunch next week. It worked. Test pass, code committed, all checks passed. I'll push it up to GitHub. And if you want to see the code that we wrote today, you can check out a specific branch. Actually, I think I have a PR open right now. It's this one. We've been working on this. This is like I think the third stream. We're working on this one specific thing. But next time, we'll basically be done. We'll we'll have our coverage reports, or we'll have our basic end-to-end tests, and then we can start working on more features. Yeah. The autocomplete app? Probably, yeah. So I think next week is gonna have a bunch of content. So Monday, we work on stuff that potentially will be YouTube videos, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll all be working on overlays for IRL streams. That's the plan. Okay. Great work, everyone. We did it. We did the thing. And we'll continue next week. So if you just found me today or you're just joining us, this is an app that we work on every Friday. And today was Friday, so we worked on it. We'll work on it again next Friday. Monday will be a content stream. We'll be trying to do some entertaining code-related things. And then, like I said, throughout the week, will be me working on things to help with IRL streams. Because lately I've been IRL streaming as well. So if you look at my recent streams here on the channel, yesterday was my longest IRL stream ever. I was live for 9 hours and I walked like over 15 miles. That is 24 kilometers. I walked over 24 kilometers yesterday, all live on stream. There's this specific trail in Colorado that extends like over 20 miles. And I just kept walking. And I just kept going. And we found a cool skate spot. Yeah, and at a certain point we were like exploring the downtown area, but basically you'll see every now and then actually let me see if I can find a good clip. There's an overlay with the weather. We built that live on stream. Probably sometime next week we'll work on that overlay. And then I have some other things where like if the connection goes bad or the thing disconnects, it automatically switches to this be right back scene. And we're going to work a little bit on that. And we want to have a real-time location overlay. So I want it to be kind of like Grand Theft Auto, where there's like a little map in the corner and it shows where I am and also like my direction and heading. And then we can also set waypoints. So like as I'm out walking, you'll be able to see like the direction that I'm headed in. But yeah, we're going to work on all those overlays and stuff next week. Follow me over on YouTube if you haven't yet. We have both the main channel and the archive channel. Follow me on Twitter. We also have a mailing list. Oh yeah, and then real-time stats tracker. So like, what's my heart rate? How many steps have I walked? How many calories have I burned? That kind of stuff. But yeah, join the mailing list. It's how I can stay in touch with you, regardless of platform. And I send go live notifications over there. And we also have a Discord, and I send go live notifications there as well. Yeah, a very complicated way to dock yourself. Yeah, well, we're not going to reveal my exact coordinates. The thing is, like, I'm out in the real world, and you literally see my camera feed. So if anybody knows where I am, they could find me, you know. So I don't know. You too, Lamos. Thanks for hanging out. We got some good progress today, and I'm excited for next week. Lots of code to write next week. New calendar when? I don't know. So you'll if you visited the schedule, you'll see that I reverted back to the old one, but the main reason being, wait, where did all the events go? What's happening? Oh, we have to scroll down. Oh, what time zone is this in? Amsterdam time zone? What? Oh, my computer is still in. I didn't even recognize my computer is still in European Central Time. I forgot to change it back. But the old overlay, or sorry, the old calendar embed, allows you to like copy to your calendar, and if there's an event that's only like an hour long and the title is really long, it'll still be displayed on here. Whereas like the one that I had didn't do that, and I kind of needed that. So that's why we reverted to the old one. I don't know. Let's go on a raid. If you are a subscriber, you can use this raid message. If you're not a subscriber, you can use this raid message. Get your raid messages ready. We're going to come in hot wherever we go. I don't know where we're going, but wherever we go, I want to see lots of raid messages. I want to see you showing them lots of love. And I will see you all next week. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.